Green flag out for Kid Kart qualifying. In the 71, Ari Vandermoren. In the 21, Kobe Krajanowski. In the 50, Luciano Iannozzi. Number 9, Royce Bowie. Number 55, Levi McMath. Number 66, Lorenzo Angel. Number 88, Gerard Alex Chamelin. 3 minutes down, currently quickest, Ari Vandermoren, 101.326. Kobe Krajanowski just behind, 103.685. And another reminder for everybody in the pits, whether you're a driver, a pit crew member, a guest, if you have not gotten any form of wristband and have worked your way down to the paddock, we ask that you work your way back over to the registration box and get yourself one, as we will be asking people to work their way out if they do not have one. So please, if you don't have a wristband, go ahead and get that fixed. Thank you. That's your checkered flag for Kid Kart qualifying. Ari Vandermoren on pole in 60 seconds, .588. Luciano Iannozzi just behind, 60.720. Royce Bowie rounding out your top three, 101.529. Six cadets out on track as we welcome back a handful of folks gone during the holidays. That includes the Terruzian twins, Kayman Adriano, making the jump up from Kid Kart to Cadet. We've got one car a little bit slow here through turn 8, the sandbox. Not exactly sure who that was, but a very big freight train here looking to be led by, I believe, Egon Hilgeman, working into small Monza right now. But through the field, Leah Terruzian in the 93, Ezra Mendina in the 19, Anakin Hernandez 88, sister to Leah Eva in the 63, Leland Diagonal in the 909, Logan Purdy in the 225, Egon Hilgeman in the 80, Mateo Gomez in the 44, Reese Kramer in the 917, Kayman Adriano in the pink helmet, number 8, Themba Omani in the 64, Alan Brown in the 273, and Sebastian Angel in the 5. Rounding out your field 13 deep for Kid Kart. Just over 3 minutes on the clock. flag for 206 cadet qualifying. Anakin Hernandez at the top of the board. Minute I say that, Leah Taruzian with a 49.743 bumps them up. Sister Eva working their way up as well. 49.749, 6 thousandths of a second separating the two of them. Anakin Hernandez, we'll see what he can do as he works his way towards Big Monza. I believe just behind Alan Brown. That might hurt him. But Egon in third. Hernandez to the line will not gain. So once again, an all Taruzian front row here at Adams. A little bit further back. Egon Hilgenman, Mateo Gomez, Ezra Medina, Logan Purdy, Leland Diagonal, Alan Brown, Kaywan Adriano, Reese Kramer, Sebastian Angel, and Thembo Omani rounding out your field. Should be a good one here in 206 Cadet. 12 cars on the docket for Junior 4-cycle in the 552. Bodie Krupp. 885 is Maddie Grace. Very cool to see Maddie Grace doing some other stuff. We'll get to that later on, though. Cash Roble in the 272. Roxy Reinwell in the 5-1. Donald Witowski in the 520. Caleb Brown out in the 423. Jose Hernandez in the 17. Lincoln Carter in the 808. Tanner Tennyson in the 5. Newcomer to the Winter Series, so too is Sebastian Mendez. Will roll off in the 7 machine. Stella Spurlock, we're very used to seeing in Moto 125 shifter, makes the move over to single speed this weekend. Similar colors, just Tillotson power. 12 karts in our Junior 4-cycle division.
Checkered flag for Junior 4-cycle qualifying. Maddie Grace on top with a 47.413. Will
just be working her way to the line now in that VLR machine. Cash Frobel on debut, looking very strong in that Burrell Art machine. 47.378. Put him 2/10 back. Brody Krupp. Brody Krupp not able to get there just yet. We'll see as he works his way to the line. No improvement for him. Matty Grace on pole. Then it's Frobel, Cup, Witkowski, Carter, Spurlock, Brown, Mercedes Hernandez, who we see with trouble right now. You see him on the back half of the racetrack. I suppose the front half of the racetrack now out by Sandbox with issues, but Tanner Tennyson, Daniel Behan, Roxy Rhinoel, and Sebastian Mendez rounding out your field of 12. Class coming up with the Masters and the Seniors out on track. In the number 77, Matthew Rhinoel. 95 is Julian Valerie. 33 is Max Basker. Nick Brzezinski in the 47. Steve Hauger is in the 812. Matthew Colto in the 2. Alejandro Vilma is in the 365. Ken Young in the 333 machine. We've got trouble early coming out of Sandbox. For one kart, not sure if he's just trying to find a good part of track. He's given the thumbs up, so he is okay. It might have been Jeremy Gibson. He's in the 04. Joseph Guthrie in the 850. With Sergio Caballero in the 99. 12 karts. And just now 4 minutes on the clock. We've got trouble coming out of Small Monza with one driver out of the cart trying to examine the back here. I'm not sure if he's looking for the ripcord to get it refired. All black suit, blue body. Just see that on our picture, but not entirely sure who that is. Mateus Colto, your quickest, by the way, at this point in the 2, just able to edge out Matthew Rhinoel, 47.952 from Coito Rhinoel, a 48.010. Alejandro Vilma in 3rd, just advanced with 49.477. All of a sudden, a little bit of dust coming over the track. Rain for the first time in a while, not the issue in this very green, I'm not sure about on track, but off track. You just look over the horizon, the greenest the Inland Empire has been in about half a decade. But the modifier of the week to shake things up Mother Nature giving us a lot of wind, that mainly blowing from south to north, and actually perfect for us running counterclockwise. These guys gonna get a extra little bit of draft then heading into turn number 1. The draft is going to have a stronger effect, shall we say. With a 20-mile-an-hour headwind and you're driving 40 miles an hour, the kart's gonna act like it's going 60. So that effect is even stronger when you are tucked in right behind a guy. That's gonna make it a little bit easier as well in the runs between 1 and 2. So coming out of where our final corner would be, and not the sweeper, but going into the sweeper could make things a little bit easier as well. Again, one of the first times in a while here we're also running a reverse layout as the checkered flag comes out. More on that later, but Eunice layout this weekend as the checkered flag comes out. Matthew Colto to the line, 47.492 is the one to beat. Rhinoel and Valerie looking to be there. Bielma not able to improve, 48.583 for him, puts him a second off pace. DeHaan, no improvement. Kenton Young will settle for 6. Guthrie, Hauger, and Rajewski to the line as well. Rhinoel just across the stripe, half a second off of the pole. Valerie not able to improve either. So Mateus Coito gets that tasty 2 on pole position in the seniors, with Steve Hauger in the 812 for Native Racing on top. Masters. And that'll be all she wrote for the 4 strokes, as we've got Mini Swift and shifters coming up. 2 more joining the fray after round 2 for IAME Mini Swift qualifying. I beg your pardon, 3. In the number 2, Ezra Gerstenberger. In the 65, Lucas Fredesmello. In the 105, Eyal Bidden. In the 575, Gunnar Vrobel. And in the 94, Adam Bodnar. Again, heading into SoCal Sprinters Championship for 2026, 2-stroke trying to grow here at Adams Motorsports Park, with classes being expanded into the KA100s as well, with junior, senior, and masters, as well as our shifters as always, FC65 Cadet, FC85 Junior, and of course on track right now, Mini Swift. For more information, adamsmotorsportspark.com. Checkered flag out in Mini Swift qualifying. Lucas Fredesmello first to the line as your round 1 winner puts down a 49.217. Not enough to get to Gerstenberger. Still half a second up from the competition. We'll see what Adam Bodnar can do to the line. No improvement for them. 49.230. Mello and Bodnar very close on time, but neither able to touch Gerstenberger, who will be on pole. Ale Benton in P4 with Gunnar Verbal in P5 will round out your mini Swift field. Only two on track for now for FZ65 shifter qualifying. Leland Diagonal in the 909, just in front of Anakin Hernandez in the 88. Should have, I believe, at least one more joining us for the heat races, but we'll have to wait and see. We've got 125 shifter coming up after this, including one non-FZ. I think there's a Honda in there as well, maybe a couple of 85s as well. But after that, top of the order, and we'll be going wheel-to-wheel racing for the first time in 2026. Checkered flag in Mini FC 65 shifter as they work their way to the line now. Anakin Hernandez, the one to beat, 45.051. And Diagonal able to get that gap closed just a little bit more, 45.306. But still Hernandez on top with a 45.051. Big kids in the shifters coming up with 85 and 125 set to take the track for qualifying. In the FC 125, Xander Malatesta in the 546, Larry Hernandez in the 7, Sebastian Cortez in the 371, Hank Hauger in the 81, Julian Villery in the 395, and Grace Quinones, race number 3 for her, in the 289. Only 185 out on track right now, and we've been talking so much the past month and a half about Grace Quinones making her debut. Here's another one. Maddie Grace spent pretty much all of Winter Karting Clinic this week adapting from single speed over to working with the gearbox. She's dipping her toe in this week with the FC85, and again just trying to get laps in. And we do indeed have a Honda, and I believe they're gapping the field right now. Xander Malatesta in the 546 just laid down a 42.868, half a second over Hank Hauger.
Checkered flag in junior and senior shifter qualifying. It's been kind of back and forth out in front between Malatesta and Cortez as the checkered flies. It is Seabass on top right now with 41.607. Xander Malatesta 0.125 back. Julian Villery a little bit further back as well. 41.607. The time to beat, no improvement from Hernandez and Hauger as they come to the line. Julian Villery, able to improve down to a 42.10, but still not enough to get to Cortez and Malatesta. Malatesta improving to a 41.664, putting him just 57 thousandths back from Sebastian Cortez. Going to be a good show here. Honda versus Yamaha on the front row.
Your attention in the paddock, if we can have all kid karts to the grid. All kid karts to the grid for heat number 1.
song, they monotonous. When they hear that bass thump, they gon' ride at this. Girl, move your body closer, make it obvious. Come by my place, you hide away, your shirt off. Vintage sets that hide your waist from birth off. Big connection by myself, I'm worse off. So let's dance, I want my chance to fuck. Yeah, I need that girl. From across the room, I see that girl. When I make my move, I free that girl. I'm not stingy, cause I feed that girl. Maybe dessert, girl, I heard you got a sweet tooth. I'm big stepping, but my phone got a reboot. I say I'm different, but I know you got a see proof. On borrowed time, but I hoping I can keep you. 2 a.m. and I'm off the 6. This ain't a dance that I can afford to miss. My hands on the waist and I'm caught in bliss. The next thing you know, it felt just like this. Come on, come on. Lean on me, put your makeup on my Letterman. I ain't no off-brand nigga, I'm a gentleman. Damn, I don't have to break it in, but she delicate. She move with an elegance, killer, but she heaven sent. Hit you back with some plans for the weekend. How you knowing what I'm thinking without speaking? You a hottie, I don't gotta play the defense. If I buy it, then you know it's not the cheap ones. Sweet like marmalade, I swerved the lane. I'm so profane, she called my name like that. I introduce her, this elusive, this illusion. Dance to music, you like that. Got the Jones, she might be stoned, I might be wrong. The microphone is on like that. Drive you home with nice cologne, the lights is on, my ice is on. I know you like that.
Starts to burn, right? And it starts to spread, she gonna bring that attitude home. You don't wanna do nothing with your life. When a fire starts to burn, right? And it starts to spread, she gonna bring that attitude home. You don't wanna do nothing with your life. When a fire starts to burn, right? And it starts to spread,
Not told to throw this announcement out there, but obviously windy out there. I'm seeing a couple of tents here from my vantage point get a little bit of hang time. If you haven't tied your tents down or your easy ups, find some Home Depot buckets. Make sure we don't get anything airborne here.
when a fire starts to burn, right? And it starts to spread, she gonna bring that attitude home. You don't wanna do nothing with your life. When a fire starts to burn, right? And it starts to spread, she gonna bring that attitude home. You don't wanna do nothing with your life. When a fire starts to burn, right? And it starts to spread, she gonna bring that attitude home. You don't wanna do nothing with your life. When a fire starts to burn, right? And it starts to spread, she gonna bring that attitude home. You don't wanna do nothing with your life. When a fire starts to when a fire starts to when a fire starts to burn, right? And it starts to spread, she gonna bring that attitude home. You don't wanna do nothing with your life. When a fire starts to burn, right? And it starts to spread, she gonna bring that attitude home. You don't wanna do nothing with your life. When a fire starts to burn, right? And it starts to spread, she gonna bring that attitude home. You don't wanna When a fire starts to burn, right, and it starts to spread, she gonna bring that attitude home. Who don't really do nothing what they like? When a fire starts to burn, right, and it starts to spread, she gonna bring that attitude home. Who don't really do nothing what they like? When a fire starts to and it's when a fire starts to burn, right, and it starts to spread, she gonna bring that attitude home. You don't wanna do nothing what they like. When a fire starts to burn, right, and it starts to spread, she gonna bring that attitude home. You don't wanna do nothing what they like. When a fire starts to and it's when a fire starts to when a fire starts to burn, right, and it starts to spread, she gonna bring that attitude home. You don't wanna do nothing what they like. When a fire starts to burn, right, and it starts to spread, she gonna bring that attitude home. You don't wanna do nothing what they like. When a fire starts to burn, right, and it starts to spread, she gonna bring that attitude home. You don't wanna do nothing what they like. When a fire starts to burn, right, and it starts to spread, attitude home. You don't wanna do nothing what they like. When a fire starts and it's and it's
I need you all on the floor, shut the door, no cap. Girl, move your waist, wanna take off your lace, no cap. We'll go all night, out of sight, dynamite, no cap. Got what you need, BDE, ecstasy, no cap, no cap, no cap, no cap. Keep buzzing that three-piece bubble pack, sweet tea, level with bass like Thundercat. Need someone like wifey, dripping like icy, hot like bean fire pack. Been around the world twice, see, don't really wanna sightsee. Show me something nice and I'm coming back. No hezzy when it's time, steady on the line, you can see it in my eyes, I'm really like that. So, tell me no lies, open up your eyes, hands to the sky. Uh-oh, why you so fine? If you don't mind, let me press up behind. So, tell me no lies, open up your mind, hands to the sky. Uh-oh, why you so fine? If you don't mind, baby, turn up the vibes. I need you all on the floor, shut the door, no cap. Girl, move your waist, wanna take off your lace, no cap. I need all y'all to report to the dance floor, you, and you especially. We'll go all night, out of sight, dynamite, no cap. Got what you need, BDE, ecstasy, no cap, 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 no. I got it all, it's all for you. I can't lie. Let's get back to basics, face to face at an undisclosed location. More cake, more champagne by the cases. Rotate, slow it down, now we in the matrix. All day, every day. She don't wanna break. Hide away by the lake, taking off her legs, butt naked. Sensational, you're my favorite. Use but don't waste me, that's what I'm made for. So, tell me no lies. Open up your eyes, hands to the sky. Uh-oh, why you so fine? If you don't mind, let me press up behind. So, tell me no lies. Open up your mind, hands to the sky. Uh-oh, why you so fine? If you don't mind, baby, turn up the vibes. Turn up the vibes, 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 baby, turn up the vibes, turn up the vibes, turn up the vibes, turn up the vibes, baby, turn up the vibes, turn up the vibes, turn up the vibes, turn up the vibes, baby, turn up the vibes, 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 turn up the vibes I need you all on the floor, shut the door, no cap.
Here we go, green flag for the first heat of the day. Nearly 10 kid karts taking the green flag here. Cooper Moore in the 17 sent to the back after a penalty during qualifying. One kart off into the wall coming out of sandbox. Just carried a little bit too much speed. He is able to keep going though. Not entirely sure who that was. First lap in the books. Luciano Iannozzi first to get there, just battling with Royce Bowie right now. A little bit further back, it's Kobe Krajanowski and Levi McMath. Ari Vandermoor, your pole sitter as well. Falling back on that. Start is in the middle now in P5. Oh, big trouble coming out of Small Monza. One of the Burrells, I believe. That is the 71 of Vandermoor and one other. Two karts involved. I'm not sure who the other is. But yellow flag still out in that sector. Looks like fortunately both drivers are okay. I think the question now is whether or not they're mechanically able to keep going. And there we go. Looks like Vandermoor able to keep going again. Or excuse me, Cooper Moore able to keep going again. And I think the question now is Gerard Chameleon, who was the other driver involved in that incident, whether or not he will be good to go. But Iannozzi, your leader, still over Eli McMath. Ari Vandermoor up into P3. With Lorenzo Angel up into P4. Chameleon had that big incident at the start. Into sandbox, just carried a little bit too much speed and went for a rally. But I believe it was actually Royce Bowie and Krajanowski that tangled with one another. Royce Bowie still stopped here on the inside of Small Monza. Looks like Vandermoor able to work his way to the point as well, as now he leads over Levi McMath. And it looks like Royce Bowie as well able to get going once again. Lap traffic now is Vandermoor working through Gerard Alex Chameleon. Go around the outside into sandbox. I'm so used to calling a hairpin Small Monza at that part of the racetrack. Running counterclockwise, we got to kind of rewire our brains here. So actually, Iannozzi still your leader over Vandermoren. Then Levi McMath, Lorenzo Angel, and Krajanowski is on track. It was just able to pass drawer Alex Shamilian for P5. Now Krajanowski about to be put a lap down. Still a comfortable 10-second gap right now between Luciano Iannozzi and Ari Vandermoren, with Twin Sticks coming out this time by. White flag in the fastest lap last time by for Vandermoren, 60.269. Still not going to be enough here to catch Luciano Iannozzi, who was able to take the lead on lap number 1 and will go flag to flag. So checkered flag, Iannozzi, your Kid Kart Heat winner. Ari Vandermoren gonna be there in P2. Levi McMath will come home in 3rd. Ooh, another kart around in the sandbox. Not sure if that was Shamilian again. I think a lot of kids thinking they can carry Small Monza level of speed there, but with no banking, you simply run out of grip a lot quicker. So checkered is out. Luciano Iannozzi, Ari Vandermoren, Levi McMath, Lorenzo Angel, Kobe Krajanowski, Gerard Alex Shamilian, Cooper Moore, and Royce Bowie rounding out heat number 1. Cadets coming up here at Adams. starting grid for 206 Cadet. Again, all Terruzian front row with Leah in the 93 alongside Ava in the 63. Anakin Hernandez in the 88 will be alongside Elin Hiegelman. Mateo Gomez in the 44 will be alongside Ezra Medina for row number 3. Leland Diagonal, Kaywan Adriano, Sebastian Engel, Alan Brown, Reese Kramer, and Themba Shienga Omani rounding out your field 12 deep. Again, running the Eunice layout this weekend, the reverse fast layout, if you will. No chicanes going into the S's where the sweeper is, and no bus stop as we now head into Small Monza. But all of a sudden, Sandbox, which became a setup corner, is now an overtaking corner, and you might be able to sneak one into Small Monza. It'll be a trickier move to do. And obviously, Big Monza, always a possibility to make a move with all that banking, all of that space. But here we go. 2 Terruzians on the front row. Hernandez, Hiegelman trying to get into the action. Let's do it. 8 laps on the clock. We're racing in 206 Cadet. Leah able to hold the lead. Eva in second. But Mateo Gomez able to put Hiegelman away for P4 on that start. And Anakin Hernandez already putting the pressure on Eva there for that runner-up position. I think Kaywan Adriano also able to put a couple of positions up as well. But we stay clean and green to end lap number 1. A little bit of breathing room for Leah now. About half a second between her and her sister. And Terruzian starting to get a snowball effect behind her already. Anakin Hernandez and Mateo Gomez are right there with them. Leland Diagonal and Hiegelman. Egan already down to P6 on that start. What's happened to him in the 909? So Hiegelman down at 2 spots, but Leland Diagonal up 5 in the first lap from P8 to P5. So first through 4th, developing a freight train, and then another 4-car kerfuffle further back from Diagonal, Hiegelman, Kaywan Adriano, who did get a spot there in lap number 1. Just ahead of Themba Omani, who's made some moves as well. 4 from last to P9. A little bit further back, you can see some of the karts struggling. We've got trouble here coming out of Small Monza. I think that might be trouble for Themba Omani, who might have had a little bit of an engine cough coming out of Small Monza. It was one of the karts further back. I'm not entirely sure. It was indeed the 64 of Themba Omani. And all of a sudden, Mateo Gomez struggling to keep up with the 2 Terruzians and Anakin Hernandez. Hernandez with a good run. Eva defending down low will force the long way around for Anakin. He backs out going into Sandbox, but will continue to study that 63 right in front of him. still a Teruzzi in 1-2, but it looks like the 909 of, or excuse me, the 80 of Elon Hiegelman is trying to make a move to lead this pack from 5th on back. So too does Ezra Medina, wanting to make a move, as he has taken P7 back from K1 Adriano. So Adriano now the tail of that 4-kart train. For all the guys at the tail of the train, it's just a matter of doing everything you can to not lose the pack in front of you. Mateo Gomez was freaking out a little bit as he was struggling to keep up with them. He's tucked now just into the rear bumper of Anakin Hernandez, but now that's the struggle for K1 Adriano as she tries to keep up with Hiegelman. Ooh, another look to the outside there. Dagnall tried to make it stick, or excuse me, Hiegelman tried to make it work on the outside of Dagnall, but was not able to fully lunge there on the outside into sandbox. Twin sticks out. Teruzian trying to lead every single lap of this one. Lap traffic at Themba Omani could make this interesting as they're just in front of them. Will he pull to the side or will he stay on the racing line? That could make things interesting. A little bit of a shakeup further back as a look to the inside for Hiegelman. Will be able to work his way through? Not yet. Dagnall able to lead that train and hold on to P5. Omani getting pushed to the side there as blue flag traffic, and I believe it is still Leah out in front with the white flag in hand. And the Teruzian sisters have separated. Mateo Gomez able to make a move on Anakin Hernandez there as well into Big Monza. See if he can stick on that podium. But Hernandez wants that spot back. Thought about a lunge there into Big Monza. Loses all of that exit speed. Coming down the back straightaway. Another 3-kart system developing further back with Alan Brown, Sebastian Engel, and Reese Kramer. Not going to be able to get there out of Big Monza for the final time. Leah Teruzian going to go flag to flag and will start it on pole for 206 Cadet. And another Teruzian 1-2. Mateo Gomez able to put aside Anakin Hernandez. Same with Ezra Medina. And Hiegelman drops back yet another spot. So it's a 1-2 Ruzian with Mateo Gomez, Anakin Hernandez, Leland Dagnall, Ezra Medina, Egan Hiegelman, K1 Adriano, Alan Brown, and Sebastian Engel rounding out your top 10. Junior 4-cycle out on track for heat number 1. Maddie Grace on pole in the VLR 885. Cash Roble alongside him in the 272. Burrell Art. Bodie Krupp and Donald Witkowski, your second row with Lincoln Carter, Stella Spurlock, Mercedes Hernandez, Caleb Brown, Tanner Tennyson, Daniel Behan, Roxy Reinowell, and Sebastian Mendez rounding out your field of 12. Already working our way down to a crawl as we work our way through Mike Tyson. Maddie Grace very aggressive to take the Heat 2 win, to take the main event win in race number 2, but has a lot more adversaries on track and some fast ones at that. We'll see if she can fend off Cash Roble as he gets a really good start on the outside. Does he have the momentum on the outside line? Not quite. That'll give Witkowski and Cup an opportunity to go through. Not yet. He fends off but slides big time, working through the bus stop. Still Grace in front. That was another big shunt there. Lincoln Carter getting into Stella Spurlock as big contact. 3 carts collected. Stella Spurlock trying to work her way out. And that was Lincoln Carter getting involved. I believe Daniel Behan getting a piece of it as well. But 3 or 4 carts dominoing into one another. So looking like Bodie Krupp, Sebastian Mendez and Lincoln Carter, your main 3 kind of involved. Stella Spurlock trying to kind of weave her way out of that lost 2 positions in the process as well. Still Maddie Grace out in front. Was a 6/10 gap between herself and Cash Roble. See if Cash is going to be able to close that gap with Witkowski in there as well. 3-cart train here to complete lap number 2. Just a little bit further back, Caleb Brown tries to fend off Tanner Tennyson for P4. Then it's a 3-cart freight train with Daniel Behan, Mercedes Hernandez, and Stella Spurlock, with Roxy Reinowell trying to work her way into the mix as well. Three laps in, Maddie Grace able to increase that gap out in front now to over 2.5 seconds. And now for Cash Roble, the concern is indeed fending off from that Precision Dynamics racing machine of Donald Witkowski right behind him. Maddie Grace, one of the many AMP representatives to compete at the Fat Karting World Final in Willow Springs this last December, was one of the only female drivers to stand on the podium. But in a all-spec junior class, a lot of the drivers compared the low end to something high performance 2-stroke closer to an X30. But on the straights during the fast stuff, a lot of drivers accredited the environment to a spec 4-stroke environment And a lot of the local guys accredited their time at AMP, whether it was training with Troy or being on track here during Winter League, during SoCal Sprinters, as incredibly useful time setting up passes and knowing when to do it with reasonable risk. Three laps to go. Tanner Tennyson was able to put a gap on Caleb Brown, not just take that position, but that gap has expanded a little bit. Coming into small Monza, the 51 of Rhinowell leading Lincoln Carter and Bodie Krupp. Look to the inside from Carter here into the sandbox. Big shift. Rhinowell gives him room, but Krupp goes wide. And Rhinowell going to slide right on through once again for P9. This battle just coming across the stripe now. Stella Spurlock on the tail of it. So now two battles in the best of the rest. Hernandez trying to close that gap to Behan. And Carter trying to make another move on Rhinowell. Exact same spot to the inside. But just carries too much speed, not able to cover that switchback, and Rhinowell will still lead that three kart pack heading into Big Monza. White flag out for Maddie Grace, who's just found blue flag traffic, but looking to defend right now from Vrobel and Witkowski. Those two, again, too busy battling themselves, or each other, I should say. No move from Behan, but Bodie Krupp trying to make the move on exit, can't get there. Tried the dive as the checkered flag comes out. Maddie Grace gonna walk away with this one. Vrobel with a little bit of an error, not able to close that gap to Maddie, with Witkowski up one position. Tanner Tennyson, though, with a little bit of luck, but plenty of skill, goes from P8 to P4. Daniel Behan, Mercedes Hernandez, Stella Spurlock, Lincoln Carter, and Bodie Krupp and Lincoln Carter. Senior and Master 4-cycle out on track. 12 karts across 2 categories. On pole in the Masters is Steve Hauger in the 812, will be 7th overall. But Mateus Coito taking that senior pole will be alongside Matthew Rinoel, Julian Villery, and Alejandro Vielma. It was the 2 Matts out in front battling in race 2, Matt McCoy and Matt Rinoel, and ultimately McCoy able to sweep the weekend just a couple days after Christmas. But Alejandro Vielma also able to close that gap from the top 5 and could have potentially walked away with the win. We'll see what he can do from P4, and we'll see what Rinoel can do from the outside of row number 1 as we go racing. Outside line has been troublesome for the start, but the damage has been minimal. Rinoel trying the outside again here. Now sets up the crossover, is putting the pressure on early here as we head into Monza for the first time. Fangs out early for Matthew Rinoel. Vielma, big push there to Julian Villery as well. One kart making a move into sandbox. That's for P4. One kart around numerous collected there, coming out of sandbox. Everybody able to get going again, but the big kids have been fangs out early. And Vielma able to advance up into P3 with that big dive bomb into sandbox earlier on. And he's watching this amazing battle unfold early right now between Mateus Coito and Matt Rinoel. Joseph Guthrie, Steve Hauger, Nick Rajewski, the 3 karts in that early incident. Another look for the lead here. Rinoel tried to make it stick into Mike Tyson. Couldn't make it work. Same look there from Kenton Young and Julian Villery as they're chomping on the bit to get around Vielma, but no move. As those 3 still do have a shot of catching the leaders. Young able to pass Villery for P4. And now sets a radar lock on Vielma. Weaving back and forth there, trying to defend. He tries the over-under a little bit wide there. Not Vielma, Kenton Young will lose at least 2 positions. I think carried just a smidge too much speed there. Coming out of small Monza, brushed the wall. And that allowed Villery and Tahan to hop on by. Little bit of breathing room now for Coito. 0.648 the gap between himself and Rinoel. Vielma 2 seconds back is now kind of on an island as the big battle is the 333. Kenton Young leading Tahan and Rice. Down but not out as Rinoel is activating that DRS, if you will, just mashing that helmet against the steering wheel, and he has indeed found the rear bumper once again of Coito. So too with Julian Villery as he's found the 365 of Vielma. A little bit of breathing room now for Tahan over Rice and Caballero. But the yellow flag is out, and that might have been more trouble for Guthrie. Another car zated there into the small Monza. knee-jerk was factory kart, but it did look like a VLR. As we've got 3 laps to go in Senior Master. Defensive is Coito. Reinowell trying the outside. Big lazy slide. What a save! Matthew Reinowell somehow, some way, went full oppo and was able to gather it back up, trying the outside in the marbles, in the dust. We'll see if he's able to make a move possible, or at least get within striking distance again. But Code Brown there for the 77. Valerie and Vielma still battling further back. No move yet. Twin sticks are out. 7/10 the gap between Coito and Reinowell. Look to the inside. Vielma, Valerie going at it. Was he able to make it stick? Yes, sir. Valerie up into P3. Is the move going to come back, though, from Vielma? He thought about it, but Kenton Young is on scene just behind in the 333. Now he looks to the outside, tries to go the long way around and maybe set up the over-under. But the track tightens up. He's not able to make it work. White flag this time. A monster exit's going to be needed for Reinowell if he's got any shot of closing it to Coito. Vielma dropping. No, Vielma right there, actually. Last big overtaking opportunity coming up right here into Sandbox. Looking good for Coito. Vielma, will he try the outside again here into Sandbox? Yes, he will. But the switchback only really works if you leave it open to a dive on the inside. Into Big Monza for the final time. Reinowell not able to make a move. Is there enough ponies? Coito, another flag-to-flag run, but Reinowell threw everything he had at him. Julian Valerie able to get that P3 spot back from his roommate Alejandro Vielma. Kenton Young up a spot will win that row battle over Adam Tahan. Then Jacob Rice in the Masters up 4 spots will take the victory. In the Crazy Old Men, Joseph Guthrie in P8, Nick Wojcicki, Steve Hauger with Serge Caballero and Jeremy Gibson rounding out your field of 12. First two-stroke category of the day out on track, as the Mini Swifts have found a couple more friends out for the finale. Ezra Gerstenberger, your race 2 winner on pole alongside Lucas Freitas Mello, with Ale Bitten, Adam Bodnar, and Gunnar Vrobel rounding out your field. Should be relatively bunched up. We saw a couple of guys in dance partners during qualifying. Let's see how they work with one another here as we've got the green in Mini Swift. Gerstenberger first in the hole shot. As actually that is indeed a waved off start, so we'll do that one more time. Let's try that again. Gerstenberger and Mello on the front row, as we've got the green. Still Gerstenberger out in front. Lucas Freitas Mello trying to fend off from that 94 Croc Promotions machine of Bednar. Benton with a good exit in the 105 was challenging. But no moves yet. Single file coming out of Sandbox. No rev limiters on the 60cc power plant, so you are very much able to make a good run and slingshot ahead if you've got a good exit. And that's very much kind of the main overarching topic with these mini Swifts, especially at regional, national level competitions, in that they are 2-stroke power plants, but they race like 4 strokes. Bodnar with a good run, but no look into turn 1. Everybody's still very bunched up here with 3 laps in the books. Gerstenberger still your leader. Main guy at least trying to make a move right now, Adam Bednar, who's taken a couple of peeks into turn 1, hasn't pulled the trigger on anything just yet, but now Mello looking really good here. Coming out of the sweeper and into small Monza. Really good run there for Lucas Freitas Mello. Almost was able to make a move there in turn number 1, but couldn't make it stick. And again, I think with the heat, realizing that you've still got a very long final coming up, a lot of these guys being very conservative on track. Another peek to the inside there from Adam Bodnar, no move just yet. And just behind him, Gunnar Vrobel and Ale Bitten running bumper to bumper as well, trying to close that gap. Halfway home, here's a look to the inside, the run we've been waiting for from Mello. As, oh, he goes around! Contact between Gerstenberger and Mello. And all the way up into the wall. Will move Lucas Freitas Mello to the point, but will there be a penalty? Back on track, big wiggle of the car there from Gerstenberger, just trying to make sure everything on that Barrel Art machine is still functioning normally. And I think the early diagnostic would be yes. But he went for a really big trip, was almost up into the hill, into the grass. But Lucas Freitas Mello now your leader. Adam Bodnar in second. Gunnar Vrobel getting that promotion to the podium. And those two are very much in contention as well. Bodnar with a peek to the inside on Sandbox. But again, that dive makes it open to the switchback. That's exactly how Mello's able to hold on to that lead. White flag for Lucas Freitas Mello. And it is getting really close further back as Ale Bitten tried to send it up the inside of Vrobel there into turn 1, but he defended. Again, he wants to potentially get to this croc machine of Bednar. And these four have remained in lockstep with one another. It would have been 5 if it wasn't for a little bit of drama there on lap number 6. But Adam Bednar running out of time, running out of options here heading into Monza. Big Monza, I should say. We'll be hoping for a monster run, but it won't be enough. Lucas Freitas Mello going to take heat number 1. Bodnar home in second. Gunnar Vrobal in third. All of that unofficial, with A.L. Bitten and Ezra Gerstenberger rounding out your field of 5. We shift gears when we come back with FC65 coming up. Mini FC 65 shifter heat out on track with Anakin Hernandez and Leland Diagonal. The duel of the evening. Hernandez very strong in the FC65s in the SoCal Sprinter season, and both him and Leland trying to get warmed up for the season at hand. we've got the green, and that was a really slow start for Leland Diagonal on the outside. Or excuse me, it was Anakin Hernandez slow at the gun there. So Leland Diagonal going to open with the lead here.
I'm getting like really bad feedback. I don't know if you were hearing it.
Bumper to bumper as they work their way into small Monza. Still Diagonal out in front. Hernandez looking for a place to maybe make it stick. We'll see. Mike Tyson, not normally a place to set up, but we've seen a shocking number of moves in a similar way into small Monza. Can he launch out of the big one? Ooh, went a little bit wide there into big Monza. I think maybe took a little bit too much curbing. That upset the kart. And that will give Diagonal a lot more breathing room here. That's the checkered flag in Mini FC 65 shifter. Leland Diagonal with the win, 2.5 seconds over Anakin Hernandez. Last heat of the day before we break for lunch with the 85, the lone 85, and the 125s coming out. So Sebastian Cortez and Xander Malatesta on the front row. Again, Malatesta in that Honda power plant with Cortez in the FZ able to beat him out. Julian Villery will be alongside Larry Hernandez for row number 2. Hank Hauger and Grace Quinones rounding out row number 3. Maddie Grace rounding out the field. Not too much of a shocker, not because she's new to karting, but again, she's got 40 less cubic centimeters to work with in terms of power. Still just learning the ropes of shifter kart racing. 8 laps on the docket. The first manufacturer battle we've had in shifter in quite some time. Malatesta, Cortez, Honda, and Yamaha. Visor down command, who will be on top? Let's find out. Let's go racing in shifter. Great start from Villery on the inside. Will split the middle, try to make the outside work on Cortez, and will take the lead into turn number 1. 3 spots lost on the start there for Malatesta. Immediately tried to swing back and get one back there from Hank Hauger, but couldn't get it. I think Matty Grace was actually able to make a move on the other Grace Quinones, further back. So Julian Valerie up 2 spots from the whole shot. Cortez drops down to P2. Larry Hernandez in that native racing machine fending off from Malatesta is on the podium provisionally. Oh, big slide there. Coming out of small Monza, Malatesta overcooked it. Hauger trying the inside, will be able to get there. Early 2-kart breakaway here with Julian Valerie and Sebastian Cortez. Really good rotation there from Cortez heading into small Monza as Malatesta was able to make a move on Hauger there. Back up into P4. A lot of the drivers at the end of race number 2 talking about how difficult it was to throw this extra weight in these shifter carts around in the chicanes. We had the bus stop to work with. We had the S's after the sweeper to work with. It was a lot of work for the arms, especially a lot of work for the neck as well. A lot of these guys, I think, a little bit extra thankful that that's not something they need to work with. Malatesta trying to make a move here for that bottom spot on the podium. Oh man, what a save. Too much right foot there coming out of small Monza once again. And that will give Hernandez at least a couple more corners off. Small Monza has been the issue here for Malatesta, trying to handle all that Honda power. Still Hernandez, Malatesta, and Hauger 3rd to 5th. But Hauger is right there with them. Been talking more about it being a duel, but Hank Hauger, thanks to those two battling, has been able to close that gap. And here's another move to the inside from Malatesta, and will be able to get there through turn number 1. So Xander Malatesta back onto the podium provisionally. Hauger trying to get Hernandez while he's offline. Will try a dive into small Monza. A little bit of contact between the two. And just like that, Malatesta in the 546 out like a cannon. Grace Quinones, I think, went a little bit too low on pressures because she had a slow start, but she is slowly entering the fray now. Last lap, 42.402. That's right on pace right now with Malatesta, and quicker than Hernandez and Hauger. Twin Sticks out fastest lap. Julian Valerie, 41.586. Seabass still right there. Just 3/10 behind. Missed a move on track. Hank Hauger able to put away Larry Hernandez for P4. And again, those two battling is bringing Grace Quinones into the mix as well. Battle for the lead though. Cortez and Valerie. Cortez later exit there on Sandbox, trying to maximize that run through Mike Tyson, not able to get there just yet. Turn 1 has so far been the favorite for a lot of the shifters, as it'll be the white flag for Julian Valerie. Cortez not within striking distance just yet. Valerie defending now into sweeper, trying to make that factory cart as wide as possible. Still down low to defend, will force the long way if Cortez wants it. But not yet. Mike Tyson in Big Monza is all that's left. It was the purple lap last time by for Cortez, a 41.515. Had the pace, but Julian Valerie assured that he would not give him the space and will take the win in FC 125. Xander Malatesta, after a troublesome start and some big-time slides coming out of Small Monza, is able to bring it back home in P3. Hank Hauger wins that duel over Larry Hernandez. And Grace Quinona slowly saw her machine come to life. That brand new Burrell Art, and brings it home in P6. Maddie Grace in the 22, home in 7th. All she wrote for the heats. We'll step aside for a little bit here to get some chow, but we'll be back for the last finals of the AMP Winter League and the first finals of 2026.
So we also do corporate team building.
Ready. I'm going to win!
You guys have been asking, what do we use to advance the drivers and how do we get better? We use the GoPro 13 Black. Now, Trudy would say, man, Dad, get the 360 or the small mini, the 4K. But for me, it's all about performance and enhancing performance. And so with the GoPro 13, we put it in the side of the seat or the back of the seat that will allow you to see the driver's hands, driver's feet, if the car is sliding, basically catches the full view of what it does and what it takes to get you to the front.
Attention in the paddock, if we could have everybody stand and remove their hats, caps, or helmets for the playing of our national anthem. Thank you, everybody. And with that, for the first time in 2026, it's time to go racing at Adams Motorsports Park. Kid karts on deck. Once again, in the paddock, if we could have all kid karts to grid A, all kid karts to grid A. And here we go, first final of the day is underway with your kid karts. Vandermoren with the point, and Luciana Iannozzi giving chase. Saw a little bit of a look further back from Kobe Krajanowski, trying to make a move on Levi McMath, but could not get there. Now is right on the bumper. Royce Bowie also with a really good run here, heading to Sandbox for the first time, is off throttle. Coming through Mike Tyson, and it is a healthy lead out in front for Vandermoren, already up a second and a half to Iannozzi. And trouble coming out of Big Monza, as that might be Lorenzo Angel collected. No, it is for Kobe Krajanowski though. Krajanowski and one other tangled coming out of Big Monza. So more drama, unfortunately, for Royce Bowie, who was tangled in that small Monza pileup in the heat. Has bad luck strike him again as he gets tangled with Kobe Krajanowski coming out of the other Monza, lap one of the main event. Ari Vandermoren, your winner overall in the points right now. Third in race number 1, it was actually Royce Bowie taking that opening victory before Christmas. Then Vandermoren in first, Krajanowski second, with Iannozzi third in race number 2. But Vandermoren looking to lock this championship up to add a Winter Karting League championship on top of his SoCal Sprinters title in Kid Kart in 2025. Lap traffic as Chameleon moves out of the way to allow Vandermoren on through. Iannozzi still giving chase. That gap now 5 seconds, with Levi McMath in third, Lorenzo Angel in fourth, Cooper Moore in fifth. Royce Bowie on the recovery, though, up into sixth and seventh. Again, a really windy day here in the Inland Empire, and looking at the trees, it looks like it's blowing. It was originally kind of blowing towards me from the south. It kind of looks like it's blowing the other direction now to kind of the southwest. So that'll make the draft a little bit better. Coming into the sweeper, but also into sandbox could make things a little bit more interesting as well. Again, stronger headwind increases the effect of that draft, and once we get to these 4-stroke categories, the bigger pins, going to be very, very interesting to see how the wind potentially alters that racing for better or for worse. Bowie and Krajanowski now kind of working together to get to the front of the field. Cooper Moore, they just worked by to advance into P5 and 6 respectfully. 7 laps to go. Vandermoren with a nearly 7-second lead here over Luciano Iannozzi. News for the factory kart tent coming in from Speed Sports Racing Park for round 1 of the SCUSA Winter Tour, and Oliver Hodgson indeed getting the race win for round number 1. It's Factory Kart's first notable tag win in a while, and on top of that, the first American chassis to win in single speed since, if I'm getting this right, Jesus Rios in the Summer Nats in 2015. So big congratulations to the Factory Kart tent. Again, a flag proudly flown out here in Riverside. 5 laps to go. Vandermoor in another fastest lap, 59.517. 8-second lead now over Iannozzi. Big gap between the two of them to the remainder of the field. Levi McMath and Lorenzo Angel, Royce Bowie, and Krajanowski still bumper to bumper here. Actually almost trading spots there, though, trying to close that gap to Lorenzo Angel. Another pass on track. Krajanowski and Bowie putting aside Lorenzo Angelso up into 4th and 5th. And with 3 laps to go, they've got to find a 10-second gap here to find Levi McMath. And they're about to be put a lap down as well. Ari Vandermoren just behind them as well. 3 laps to go. White flag for Ari Vandermoren, and indeed Krajanowski and Bowie able to catch Levi McMath. And the dynamic duo, despite drama in the opening lap, able to crawl all the way back to the point. Matter of fact, able to unlap themselves from Ari Vandermoren. Levi McMath with big trouble, just went wide a little bit earlier and went off into the sandbox. He's dropped back down to 5th. But for the young kid in the 71, the streak is going to continue. Through Big Monza for the final time. A champion in 2025 and already a champ in 2026. Ari Vandermoren gonna take the checkered flag to win race number 3 and take the Kid Kart title in the Winter League. Iannozzi home in 2nd, Bowie home in 4th, Krajanowski 3rd, Lorenzo Angel, Levi McMath, Gerard Alex Chameleon, and Cooper Moore rounding out your field. Reminder for all Kid Kart teams to return those transponders over to AMP officials. And we will do the call for all cadets to work their way over to the grid with juniors on deck. Final on the way for 206 Cadet. And Mateo Gomez on pole. Ava Taruzian will be alongside him in row number 1. Anakin Hernandez and Ezra Medina in row number 2. Kaywin Adriano in 5th will be alongside Leland Dagnett, with Egon Hiegelman in 7th, Alan Brown in 8th, Leah Taruzian with a penalty sent back to P9, Reese Kramer, Logan Purdy, Sebastian Angel, and Thembo Omani rounding out your field 11 carts deep. Mateo Gomez so far picture perfect, winning the final in both race 1 and 2. Trying to lock this one up. Logan Purdy, second in the points, not even here. Can Mateo Gomez go 3 for 3? Let's find out. Let's go racing in 206 Cadet. Ava still the first one out of Monza. Good exit, though, for Anakin Hernandez on the outside. Mateo Gomez losing 2 spots in the whole shot, though. Believe Dagnett able to work his way on through. 3rd, maybe more. Watch Leah Taruzian as well in the 93. A technical violation sent her back, but she's still got plenty of pace in that kart. And she's already gained significant spots. 2 in lap number 1. Still Eva out in front, but a 2 main groups here. Taruzian to Mateo Gomez, then Kaywin Adriano leads the rest with Dagnett, Leah Taruzian, and then Egan Hiegelman. Biggest mover in the whole shot. Believe indeed it is Leah Taruzian. Splitting down to 2x2 as Gomez looks to the inside of Medina into turn number 1. And a done deal for the 44. As he tries to work back, one kart around further back. Think that might have been Dagnett, not entirely sure. He was able to keep going again, but who spun? That might have been Heuvelman, I'm not entirely sure. Still a really good battle out in front. Now Anakin Hernandez really putting the pressure on Eva Teruzian for the lead. Defending a little bit down low is Teruzian, and it was indeed Egon Heuvelman dropping down to P10 with a spin into the sandbox. K1 Adriano knocked offline. She'll drop down to P7. That allows Leah and Leland to go on through. Hernandez doing a really good job right now of pushing Ava out in front, giving them a little bit of insurance. But Mateo Gomez is pedaling hard. He wants to be a part of the action. He's found his way there. He's broken away from Ezra Medina, and it is a 3-kart race for the lead with just over 10 laps to go. Fastest lap last time by did go to Mateo Gomez, 45.509. Nearly half a second up from the kart in front. He's got the pace. Does he have the space? Can he find somewhere to jam that kart on through? Best spot on the racetrack is going to be right here. But Anakin Hernandez might have plans of his own. He tries the outside, now has a little bit of a peek to the middle. And Eva Teruzian doing a phenomenal job of keeping that kart as wide as possible through Sector 1. Sister Leah on the move as well, just got through. Leland Dagnott for P5. So Leah now at the front of the pack. Only issue is she's got a pretty good ways between herself and Ezra Medina, about 5 seconds and change. Nine laps to go. Another look to the inside. Teruzian still blocking into turn 1. Ezra Medina really hoping that these three start to scrap just a little bit more, because that will give him a fighting chance almost immediately. Themba Omani's going to make that interesting as well. He's lap traffic. He's just at the front here, and we'll see the blue flag. And interesting will actually give Eva plenty of room here. He's really checked up Mateo and Anakin. This could give Mateo an opportunity to move through. I think he might have. He did. Heads up driving there for Mateo Gomez. Seeing the checkup, seeing the opening, and moseys on through to get that runner-up spot. But now these two need to work together almost immediately if they've got any ambition of catching Eva. 1.1 the gap there at the line after Themba Omani split him up. Last lap for your leader, Eva Teruzian, 45.559. Mateo Gomez, 49.500 and a 49.473. Trouble! Oh my goodness! Teruzian up and over on her lid. Sitting on the cart, she's okay, it looks like. That was a big moment in Small Monza. Didn't see entirely what happened there. But they'll sprint to get that out of the way. Mateo Gomez, now your leader. What in the wide world of sports happened? In Small Monza, Gomez, Anakin Hernandez, Ezra Medina, and now Leah Teruzian getting the promotion up into P4. Really hope Ava's okay. Was so excited to be back after being off for a couple months. And holding her wrist did freak me out a little bit. We'll have to take a look here. Looking at the replay, it actually seems like Teruzian just carried a little bit too much speed, went into the outside wall. And the cart flipped over on its own. I'm not sure if it was just kind of a bad hop on the rear axle, but EMT is indeed riding over to check her out. So we will get you guys that update as soon as information is possible. But crucially, that is not going to be a penalty coming the way of Mateo Gomez or Anakin Hernandez. Gomez starting to run away with it now. 1.3 seconds the gap over Anakin Hernandez. Ezra Medina 3.6 seconds back. We'll see the twin sticks this time by. Leah Teruzian will absolutely walk away from this one though as the biggest mover. Eight positions gained from P12 to P4. Logan Purdy up 4 as well. Alan Brown up 3. Medina up 2. Lap traffic for Mateo Gomez not helping here Hernandez at all, as he found Angel right at the apex there of Monza. White flag for Mateo Gomez, and indeed, that lap traffic really hurting Anakin Hernandez. 2.2 seconds now the gap. Well, the kid in the blue helmet wears 44 for a reason. Lewis Hamilton, the biggest inspiration. And it's been shades of 2018 for him. Out of Big Monza for the final time. Gomez goes 3 for 3 in 206 Cadet and is your Winter Series champion. Hernandez not able to catch him, will end it in P2. And Medina barely beating out Leah Taruzian in a drag race, was almost last to podium. Maddie Grace and Cash Frobel on the front row for your junior four-cycle final. Tanner Tennyson, Donald Witkowski, Caleb Brown, Daniel Behan, Stella Spurlock, Lincoln Carter, Bodie Krupp, Roxy Rhinowell, and Sebastian Mendez rounding out your field of 12. It was Xavier Gonzalez taking the win in round number 1. And then Maddie Grace, after a chaotic opening heat, able to bring it home in heat number 2, or round number 2, I should say. And with the heat win today, we'll be trying to bring it home to potentially win the championship. Lincoln Carter, though, remains your points leader, but needs to make a move from P9 in the field. We'll see what he can do. We'll see what Maddie Grace can do as we go racing in junior four-cycle. Grace in the whole shot, at least 2 karts in an incident 3 I'm seeing, and another round further up the field. Oh my goodness. Big drama at the start. But it is Grace leading, I believe, Caleb Brown. I don't see a Burrell out in front. So I think actually Cash Vrobel might have gotten in the incident as well. At least one kart done for good, parked on the inside of the sweeper. Looks like maybe Sebastian Mendez, but Donald Witkowski up a spot. Merce Hernandez up 4. Tanner Tennyson, Cash Frobel, Daniel Behan, Lincoln Carter, all involved in that opening lap drama. Oh, and another kart around here into Small Monza. Sebastian Mendez, I think, getting a little bit too much curbing. Heading into Small Monza. Might have been contact, but swapped ends on the entry. Able to get moving again, but that will drop him down to, I believe, P11. Roxy Rhinowell, unfortunately, out for good. She is walking away from her kart. Back to the 10. So Grace running away with it. Witkowski trying to give chase, but 1.5 the gap now from first to second. Then it's Merce Hernandez leading Caleb Brown, Stella Spurlock, and Bodie Krupp. That 4-kart freight train a little bit further back for that bottom spot on the podium. Another purple lap for Maddie Grace, 47.243, and now 2.1 seconds the gap from first to second. Maddie Grace in a league of her own. Don't count out Cash Frobel, though, because he's given a tow to Tanner Tennyson, and they could very quickly turn this 4-kart freight train from 3rd to 6th, potentially a 6-karter. Another purple lap for Maddie Grace, 46.948. Personal best for Witkowski, but a 47.440 from him makes the gap now over 2.5 seconds. Merce Hernandez still your biggest mover, up 4 positions, but Bodie Krupp looks to have done the exact same thing as he's gone from P10 to P6. Getting a little bit dicey further back here in the battle for the best of the rest. Stella Spurlock defending heavily because Bodie Krupp and Cash Frobel are on scene. Giving Hernandez an opportunity to have just a little bit more breathing room here. Krupp trying the outside. Spurlock going middle there. The pink suit and the white helmet. Trying to hold on to that top 5 position. That's kind of severed the two, though. Caleb Brown and Mercedes Hernandez just a little bit further ahead now. Not too worried about getting a strike from Stella. Both Donald Witkowski and Matty Grace battling in December in FKL's World Finals. Sharing the racetrack once again. First time they've shared a racetrack since then. Lap traffic. Oh, they've collected each other! One kart around, trying to get around, I believe, Sebastian Mendez. Mendez was able to go through. I believe Bodie Krupp just got collected in that. Oh my goodness. The 55 around. It is indeed Bodie Krupp getting tangled with blue lap traffic. And we'll drop back at least to P8. That leaves it open for Stella Spurlock after that collision. Mercedes Hernandez was kind of the one that opened it up, so he's dropped down to 5th. Caleb Brown now in 3rd. Spurlock up into 4th. Oh, and yellow flag, Spurlock around now. Was there any contact there, or were these guys just running too much curbing? We didn't get the camera until after contact, but Spurlock running again is now right behind, I believe, Sebastian Mendez. Mendez still a lap down, though. So now Mercedes Hernandez up into 4th, Cash Frobel up into 5th, Tanner Tennyson up into 6th. 4 laps to go, 5.8 seconds, the gap from Grace to Witkowski. And at this point, Caleb Brown really in a league of his own, as all of these three have really, all the top 3, I should say, have separated from one another. Closest battle right now, P4, Cash Frobel versus Mercedes Hernandez. Even then, he's kind of breaking off. So still Hernandez and Tennyson back for P5. A lot of incidents to stack up in turn number 1. And the handful of drama we've seen coming into Small Monza is what's really separated the top 3 here on track. And your race 1 leader, Lincoln Carter, unfortunately just not able to find pace today. Will likely have to settle for 8th. just behind Daniel Behan right now. Still a couple positions potentially at play, though, for the 808. Twin sticks out for Maddie Grace. Last time by 47.288, 47.315 for Witkowski. Pace finally starting to go the way of P2, but it is going to be too little, far too late. White flag now for Witkowski. A little bit of a battle here coming out of Sandbox. Believe that was Spurlock and Krupp in the battle for P9. No, Tanner Tennyson able to make a move on Mercedes Hernandez. So Tennyson up into P9, or excuse me, up into P5. But nearly untouchable all day today. Maddie Grace gonna go back-to-back in the Winter Series and will take victory in Junior 4-cycle. Spurlock still battling though with Brody Cup, and Tennyson still battling with Mercedes Hernandez. Hernandez with a big look to the inside, nearly contact there as they work their way into Sandbox. Witkowski home in second. Brown will be third. Vrobel fourth. We still don't know who fifth is going to be. Drag race to the line. Behan able to beat out Lincoln Carter. Vrobel dropping down to P8. Something happened to Cash Vrobel. Vrobel, I believe, off somewhere because he's now dropped down to P10. Spurlock was able to beat out Bodie Krupp, though. P9 and P10, respectfully. Gonna have to wait and see, though. But Maddie Grace, back-to-back wins in Adams, and quite likely your champion in Junior 4-cycle. 2 updates for you. And we'll start with confirmation that Teruzian is indeed okay after that crash. More just shocked, that's why she had to be carried off. Only saying that because that's the exact same part of the racetrack where Cash lost that P5 spot, and running in that reverse configuration, I think the banking and just it being a little bit extra tight has caught a lot of these kids off guard and hitting that outside curbing. Not as dramatic for Cash. Didn't get ejected from the kart the same way Teruzian did, but unfortunately did essentially keep it from being able to run to the finish. So, only bruised ego there for Cash, but will certainly come back stronger for the remainder of 2026 in the actual SoCal Sprinters season. We've got a race about to start here. Matt Reinowell and Julian Villery on the front row once again. Vielma and Kenton Young just behind. Let's do it! Green flag for Senior 4-cycle. Reinowell gonna lead him for the first time today. Villery and Vielma giving chase. Actually, looks like a couple of spots maybe lost there for Vielma. Who's that in third? That's the 95. So Villery dropping back. Vielma up into P2 as we work out a small Monza for the first time. That's big time losses, though, for Mateus Coito, who I believe got sent to the back of the field after race 1. And the pressure is on for Reinowell. Unable to make a move against Matt McCoy just a couple weeks ago. Will he be able to get it done here? Reinowell comes in as your championship leader, 171 points over Kenton Young. Adam Tahan a little bit further back as well. But Reinowell with 40 points out in front, looking good for him to lock up this championship. Winner in round 1, runner-up in round 2. Vielma wants this thing. Look to the outside from P4. That's Kenton Young trying to go the long way around. Will still go side by side coming out of Sandbox. This is good stuff. Good run. We'll try to make it stick. That's the first time we've seen a move in Mike Tyson. And that, I believe, is Kenton Young up into P3. What about Mateus Coito? Oh my goodness, all the way up into P6 already. And Kenton Young indeed able to advance up into P3. Coito right on scene. You see him in that HRT white and blue machine trying to take a peek there to the inside of the 7. Adam Tahan can't get there just yet. Now makes the move. Wow! Razzle dazzle from the Hayner Racing Team driver. Not here to mess around. Oh, big sky there for Alexandro Vielma, taking maybe a little bit too much curbing there. One kart off on the inside of Big Monza and will slow. Who is that? Oh, Julian Villery, oh my goodness. I think that's a chain popped for the 95. Hunts on though for Vielma and Young. Half a second the gap last time by the stripe. That is definitely within drafting distance. But Vielma needs a little bit more. Working through the sweeper to make that a possibility, especially here in Mike Tyson. He's taken all of that curbing there. Coming into Big Monza. How is that helping his exit? 5:33 last time, 6:41 now the gap between the two of them. Reinowell another purple lap that last time by 47, 8:46, 9:54 from Vielma. They're battling just behind as well. Tahan trying to fend off Jacob Reese and Joseph Guthrie. Huge shout out to Joseph Guthrie, not just Joseph Guthrie, but the whole Guthrie racing family. Obviously, plenty of us saw Joe at FKL's World Finals, but obviously Mitch Guthrie just had the whole family out here for a family reunion, if you will, on track, and then packed his bags for Saudi Arabia, driving for Ford Racing at Dakar Rally, one of the first Americans to win a stage for Ford, went back-to-back and actually led outright in T1 Ultimate. Unfortunately had some drama in the marathon stage, like so many of these guys managing tires, and with a couple of penalties dropped back to P11. Is still definitely in the hunt to win this thing overall. You look at him, you look at Seth Quintero, you look at Sarah Price. So cool to see SoCal representation on the international stage at one of the greatest races in the world, the Dakar Rally. Purple lap last time by Mateus Coito, 47.617. He is right there. A little bit of breathing room now for Rhino Well, 1.209 the gap. Now Kent Young right there giving chase with him as well. Pace starting to come alive in the 333 for Kent Young, and that's starting to fire some alarms here for Alexandro Vielma. And a guy with really big ambitions in 2026 would love to start the season on top here at AMP, but he's got to fend off from one of the most well-regarded drivers in Southern California, Kenton Young, and that native racing machine just behind. Mateus Coito as well, Coito, with Hainer Racing Team, one of the well-regarded outfits running at the national level, as well as regional. Always see them at Tri-C, at Scooz's Pro Kart Challenge. Runs with Speed Sense Motorsports out of the Bay Area for Rock Vegas, as both those guys based in Central California, CCK. Always cool to see some of those drivers come out here to rip it at AMP, and Coito really impressing us. 7 positions gained on the day. Jacob Reese, also your fastest, by the way, right now in Masters. He does have this lead overall. Next Master on track would be, I believe, Nick Rajewski in the 47. Yes, it is. And he's dealing with Steve Hauger right now. So Rice actually exactly where he wants to be right now. He's got a Joseph Guthrie separating himself between the other 2 old guys. So we'll be thrilled to have that kind of human shield between them. And trouble. Once again, was this the same corner once again? Oh my goodness, another victim out of Small Monza. That looks like a factory kart suit. That might be Joe Guthrie. And another guy just zated it, coming out of Small Monza. We just missed it, but Mateus Coito, able to make a move on Adam Tahan, putting him up into P3, and is now all over the rear bumper of Alejandro Vielma. right on the rear bumper might be a slight over-exaggeration, and it actually was not Joseph Guthrie. It was Kenton Young finding drama there. And the third driver to crash coming out of Small Monza. Now Jacob Rice right on the bumper there of Guthrie. He's defending down low going into Big Monza. Or excuse me, through the sandbox. And just white lining it has really helped him actually. Another good run there for Rice coming into Big Monza, but has to lift out of it. One of the top masters versus a driver looking to potentially fight into the podium here in senior. He just got a really big push there into turn number 1. And just behind it is indeed the other two masters going at it for the podium. Nick Rajewski, Steve Hauger. Just got a voice crack there. That's telling you guys just how long this race is. One of our longest main events of the day at 20 laps compared to 15. 2.5 now the gap, Rhino L to Alex Vielma. About even on pace now, but Vielma needs to start finding something in that 365 or maybe find a little bit of help in drafting if he wants any hopes of getting to that leader. Guthrie still in front over Jacob Reese. Five laps to go, and 2.5 the gap, Vielma to Rhinowell. 4.1 the gap, Coito to Vielma. Are we going to see any change at the front? Still possibly we see something in the midfield here. But more than likely, it'll be just for a position overall and not one in class. Guthrie still defending on the inside there through sandbox. Both Rice and Vielma doing a lot of work, not just in the real world, but in the virtual world. Participated in the first World of Racing Invitational, part of their Pro Series, with over 5,000 on the line. Rice with 2 top 5s in the 4 races on the night. 2 as well for Vielma, but was able to get on the podiums. We've got 1 car off into sandbox in the runoff, not in the dirt. And now keeps going. I'm not sure if there was something off with the cart and he had to make a quick adjustment, but was able to get that thing going again relatively quickly. .7 between Rhinowell and Vielma. And it was indeed Nick Rajewski with the issue there into sandbox. Dropping him back to 8th overall. And that will leave Steve Hauger for that 2nd spot in Masters. Hauger trying to close that gap to Jacob Reese, as he's still trying to find a way back by Guthrie. Would love to use that as some kind of insurance to hold this lead in class. A lot of smoke coming out of the back of Ryan Noel's kart. I'm not sure if that's just because he's running it, Rich, or if something is starting to maybe show in that Tillotson power plant. Needs 3 more laps, though. Excuse me, 2 more laps. Just see the twin sticks now coming out. Ryan Noel, the white helmet, the green suit, trying to make this stick for just 2 more laps. Vielma just a little bit quicker. Coito indeed out of gas. Will not be able to close that gap to Vielma. Is there anything Vielma's got? And can Ryan Noel close it to get his second win? Back to 5th. Reese still trying to make a move here on Guthrie. Another peek to the outside. Guthrie a little bit deeper than before. But again, just going middle of the track there, not giving Reese the opportunity. .5 the gap last time between Vielma and the leader, Ryan Noel. It will be too little too late, though, in this late race surge. Vielma going to end the season, the preseason, if you will, with 2 podiums. Matt Ryan Noel takes win number 2 of the Winter Series and locks in the 4-stroke senior championship. A phenomenal drive from Mateus Coito with 8 positions moved up. Will bring it home in P3, and Joseph Guthrie in P4 will fend off Jacob Reese. Reese taking the win in the Masters. Believe that is your Winter Series champion as well. Reminder for everybody who's wrapped up their finals to go ahead and return those transponders back to AMP officials. And again, we'll do the call for all mini Swifts to work on over to grid A. Adam Bodnar on pole for your Mini Swift final. Lucas Freitas Mello in second alongside E.L. Britton. Ezra Gerstenberger in fifth in the number 2. Burrell with Gunnar Vrobel rounding out your field of 5. 15 laps for our only single-speed two-stroke class of the day. We're green for Mini Swift. Start actually, I think, got waved off there. Again, these guys just a little bit too eager to get on the gas here. So Gunnar Vrobel in the 575, Adam Bodnar in the 94, Lucas Freitas Mello in the 65, E.L. Bitten in the 105, and then Ezra Gerstenberger, your winner 2 weeks ago, in the number 2. And now we got the green for Mini Swift. Connor Vrabel around the outside to take the lead. The first times of the day we've actually seen that outside line work on the start. And that is actually, once again, another false start. Not bad. Will be a for Fred Esmello and Yale Britton to the front row and move Bodnar and Vrobel to third and fourth. Feels like no matter where the Swifts are racing, they're eager to get going. And we've got the green, for real this time, in Mini Swift. Bodnar first to the stripe. Is he the one that'll lead him out of the sweeper into small Monza? It is that 94 Croc Promotions machine, being trailed by the 2 of Ezra Gerstenberger. A little bit of a breakaway here as Gerstenberger tries to close that gap to Bodnar. After that, Vrobel, Lucas Paredes-Mello, Andy Albritton. Everybody's still in this thing, though. Gerstenberger trying to make a move there out of the sweeper. Had a big wiggle there after getting into the bumper of Bodnar, but continuing to make a move, or at least trying to do so. Here he goes with another peek inside. We know how much this will leave him exposed to the crossover, and just like that, once again, Bednar going to be able to hold on to that lead. Vrobel still holding off Paredes-Mello and Bitten. But Gerstenberger trying to make that move work. He missed further back. Eyal Bitten actually indeed getting 3 positions up from that. Bodnar still holding this whole field off. Those two battling has kind of checked the field up and has brought the back 3 kind of into contention. Bodnar middle doesn't give Gerstenberger a chance to strike. Another good run. Gerstenberger peeking to the inside of turn number 1, backs out of it. Really bogged down exit there for Vrobel. This will give Mello a chance on the outside. Could be a crossover here. Doors open. Oh, around goes Mello for the second time today. Got tagged by Vrobel trying to make the crossover work. Is able to get going once again. But unfortunately, a bad day gone worse for the 65. 8 laps to go. Gerstenberger right there with him. He's been studying the back of that 94 for the past 7 laps. The question isn't if he's going to strike, it's almost a win. Tucked in, here's the dive to the inside. Gerstenberger to the point for the first time today. Late move on the brakes, but a done deal to get that number 2 for Proper into the lead. And now here comes Bitton on the outside. Carbon copy of what we saw with Vrobel and Mello just 2 laps ago. Will they make contact on exit? Bitton trying the launch off of Sandbox, but can't get there. And a lot of breathing room now for Ezra Gerstenberger. Twin sticks out, and Bodnar is still right there with him. Gerstenberger not able to fully take off. Bitten .809 behind, not out of this either. White flag this time by. If Bodnar wants to make a move, this is going to be the prime time right here. Not close enough, but still a couple of opportunities. Sweeper can help as a setup. Little bit of a defensive move there from Gerstenberger. Swerve to the middle early. Through small Monza. Right there with him. Bodnar in the tracks of Gerstenberger. Goes to the inside into the sandbox. Will set up for the crossover. Gerstenberger back to the point. Nobody has been able to make that move stick. Through the sandbox, Gerstenberger knew it and immediately cut back to take the lead. It'll be a drag race to the line. Gerstenberger, Bodnar, and Britton. And Ezra Gerstenberger 2 for 2 in the Winter Series. Bodnar home in third. Eyal Bitten on the bottom step of the podium. Gunnar Vrabel home in fourth. And Lucas Francis Mello unfortunately going to have a Saturday to forget. On to the shifters with 65 FC coming up next. Duel continues in mini shifter between Leland Dagnett and Anakin Hernandez. It was Leland taking the win in round number one, or should I say for the heat. We'll see if Anakin's got anything here in the 88. White flag this time by Anakin Hernandez. Had a little bit of a gander there to the inside of Dagnan for the lead. These guys have been in lockstep for the past 15 laps. Hernandez actually with the fastest, a 44.421. We'll see if he's able to use that in the closing laps. Into sandbox one last time. Is there any shot for Hernandez to tiptoe on by? Not quite. A drag race to the line. Out of Big Monza, and Leyland Dognut gonna take the win in FZ Shifter Final. Anakin Hernandez back by just 4/10. A close duel to the very end. One more to go in the AMP Winter Tour. 125 shifters coming up. Last one of the day with Junior FC 85 and Senior FC 125 shifters out on track. Julian Villery going to try and put that four-stroke woes in the rearview mirror and win this thing from pole in the 395. Sebastian Cortez alongside him on the front row. Xander Malatesta in the 546 just behind will be alongside Hank Hauger. Then it's Larry Hernandez, Grace Quinones, and Maddie Grace rounding out your field of 7. Again, Maddie Grace, the lone FZ 85, the only junior shifter out on track. "20 laps on the docket, and if it's anything like a couple weeks ago, it's going to be a game of survival, a game of preservation for not just man, but for machine, as the most physical form of karting. And these karters are set to get the ultimate test here at Adams. Visors down command, and for the final time, let's go racing in the AMP Winter League. Villery trying to get to the apex first. He'll get there. I think that was a dive from Malatesta in the 546. It is. And he wants it all. He had a look there from Villery to try and get to the point. Maddie Grace up 2 spots in the whole shot. Unfortunately, doesn't have much of a shot in the straightaways. Big dive from Grace. Will move Maddie back. So 4-kart breakaway now. made the mistake earlier on. Not only is that a new kart for Grace Quinones, making that move over from factory to Burrell, as, oh, big moment there. 81, Hank Hauger going for a bit of a rally. But new kart for the 289, Quinones moving over to Burrell. That is also a new engine. That is the new Honda. So Grace moving over to Honda CB power for the final round, and I believe with intent to potentially run in the Pro Kart Series. Main reason why I thought it was Malatesta was that ginormous red piece on the top of his power plant, and that is actually an airbox on the top of his, which mandated, instead of just running an air filter, if you are running out here, in PKC, when you're running at the quieter tracks, K1 Circuit in Winchester, Sonoma, Pat's Acres, a lot of those places closer to housing and require you to run with a little bit more sound restriction. That doesn't even come mostly from the exhaust side, but actually from the intake side. So actually a full airbox on top of the cart to reduce sound. And you see that a lot in the two-stroke stuff as well. KA100, just keeping things a lot quieter in some places where it's needed. You might be making a little bit less power, but you wouldn't know it from Xander Malatesta. Second quickest, 42.014 last time by. That's just a hair over a tenth off of Julian Villery. Big wiggle there from Julian Villery, who is really trying to maximize the pace here. He knows he's got two fast guys behind him in the form of Sebastian Cortez and Xander Malatesta. 2 weeks ago was the race to forget, unfortunately, for Sebastian Cortez. Failed to finish while battling with Matt McCoy. Funnily enough, also coming into small Monza, but is looking to end off the season with a podium. Big defense from Villery there. Malderas going with him. Cortez able to arc it wide, and all of that defense between the two is what's kept that 371 and P3 still in contention. .41.673 fastest lap right now for Sebastian Cortez. So again, does have the pace. And right now, Villery and Malatesta making it really easy right now. See a little bit more defense from both of them going down to the apex. Further back, Grace Quinones finding the back of Larry Hernandez. Really good exit there. And will take that position. Oh, big trouble there in the dirt. Somehow, Larry Hernandez able to keep it out of the sand. But big code brown for the native racing man. Wanted to swing back on Quinones, tried to arc it as wide as possible, heading in, and nearly got a face full of pylons there. Big battle for the lead. Here comes Malatesta to the inside. Will take the point. First new leader of the night in FC Shifter. Not even at the halfway point, and the gloves starting to come off. Does Villery have anything left for the Honda man? Or is he going to sail off? Another look to the inside from Cortez. Will he be able to get there still side by side on turn number one? Cortez up to P2. And now the hunt is on to catch that unmarked cop cart at the front of the field. Was going to talk about Hank Hauger kind of being on an archipelago at this point in the race, but the Burrell of Grace Quinones has come to life. Last time by 42.374. 2/10 quicker, now 4/10 quicker than Hank Hauger. And the girl now flying the flag for the Red Army, the Burrell Art Machine, is hunting down the veteran Hank Hauger. Up front, still bunched up, 3 apiece. 41.758 from Malatesta, 8.18 from Cortez, 6.62 from Valerie, who has absolutely still got some pace in that factory kart. And further back in P4, Grace Quinones is on scene. Oh, that might be trouble there for Larry Hernandez. A little bit of a burble there from his Yamaha power plant. You just saw a big point forward from Hank Hauger saying, let's work together. I'm not sure how much interest Grace has in that proposal. Good run out of Big Monza. We'll take a peek to the inside. And the drive to the front continues for Grace Quinones. Oh, big sidestep there. Locked rears, Hank Hauger trying to get that move back on Grace. Head full of steam in that native racing machine. Another best lap from Malatesta, 6.16, 6.25 for Cortez. Valerie starting to drop off, 41.947. 1 second the gap now from second to third. "11 seconds the gap, Quinones to Valerie. Is there enough there from Grace, or is it too little too late to potentially reach this 3-pack out in front? Grace using a lot of curb there, trying to build a gap on Hauger. And so far it's been to no avail. Maddie Grace has pulled the 22 in. Her day is done. But as the lone runner in 85, she's pretty much was guaranteed the win from this morning. I'm not sure if we'll still be giving her a trophy. We'll have to wait and see. Seven laps to go, 2:52 the gap now from Malatesta to Cortez. In oh trouble. Julian Valerie might be having his second retirement of the evening. He's coasting across the stripe. Oh my goodness. More drama for Valerie. And then there was two. Valerie with a sick Yamaha power plant. Parks it on the inside of turn number 2. And the battle for the lead is on. Cortez trying to arc wide with a late apex, not able to carry enough speed there to make the move just yet. But as we look further back, Quinones is starting to build that gap to Hank Hauger, and immediately that's become the battle for the bottom step of the podium. Last lap by 41.863 for Malaterra, 41.709 for Cortez. These guys are seesawing on pace. Another good run, another peek to the inside into turn number 1. Big ambition, but Cortez has to stomp on it to keep himself out of trouble. No defense from Malatesta into Small Monza. Laps to go. Last time by 41.865, 42.179. Cracks in the armor starting to show for the 271 of Sebastian Cortez. Is there anything left in that Maranello machine? Four-tenths the gap. Cortez going to need 2 monster laps to keep himself in contention. Grace Quinones at this point has to bring it home in her second podium in her first go at a season behind the wheel of a shifter will be hers. We saw the aggression earlier on from Sebastian Cortez to clear Valerie and try and even make this battle for the lead a possibility. Was using so much curb. We saw power slides coming out of Small Monza and even out of Big Monza, but the question is, was it using too much as those Invincos maybe run out of life for him? He'll have one more lap to do it, but it's gone up to nearly 6/10 between the two of them. Two big movers here going to make this story 3 positions up for Grace Quinones, clearing Hank Hauger and Julian Valerie to get onto the podium. But your main story is indeed the airbox covered FC of Xander Malatesta. Out of Big Monza for the final time, will take the checkered flag and be the last winner in FC 125 shifter. Sebastian Cortez home in second, and indeed seemed to throw in the towel. 2 seconds the gap to wrap things up. Grace Quinones for Burrell and Honda will take P3 and take podium number 2. Hank Hauger in 4th. Larry Hernandez bringing it home in 5th, and DNFs for 6th and 7th. Technical for Valerie and a park for Maddie Grace. Whew, and breathe. And that is all she wrote for the 2025-2026 edition of Adams Motorsports Parks Winter Tours. For all of you joining us trackside, quick reminder to go ahead and bring those transponders back to Adams Motorsports Park officials. And of course, the podium ceremony is coming up near the container in just a couple moments' time. For everybody joining us on YouTube, it's been Jackson Lambros with you in the PA booth. Thrilled to have you with us all winter tour long, and we thank you for joining us. We will see you down the road in just a couple weeks' time when we get started for the SoCal Sprinter Series.